Good morning, everybody. Um, well, all the filmmakers are not yet here, but we have to start. Um, we are going to be screening quite a number of films today, so it's important that we start now. And so we have a couple of Nigerian films that would also be screening alongside the other ones. Uh, I don't know if any of the filmmakers are here. So if you're here, you can indicate so that we can make special plans for you to talk about the film. And we have Fabric of Legacy. I don't know if it's here. Ugo and Sim, Free to Swim, Drowning, Lost in the Earth, Shade Stories, Mommy is Not Fine, Baba, Imuleru. Okay, so as time goes on, I'm sure the filmmakers will be around. So today we are having panel session on the future of African animation, and honestly, we are very eager, to hear about this future. It's eh? Yes, so so we're really like eager to hear about it, and the very interesting thing about the animation industry is such that um, it's sort of like just beginning to carve its path, and so there are lots of opportunities, and honestly, I'm not saying it's like the cliche way, as in like for real. There's opportunity, and um, how do you put it? When you have new ground, when you have the new ground to be able to break. So that's what the animation industry is. And so if you have any animating ability, it's a good time to have it. And so let's prepare our questions, things we have in mind for the panelists, because the people coming, these guys, they are making it happen in the industry at the moment. So we would like to learn quite a bit from them. And so the film screening, you know, I don't know, are you guys ready? You know, so the film screening will start now. So let's watch and enjoy. Yeah.
Planet Earth. In 4,500 million years, our world has gone through many natural changes. Now it's changing once again. But this time, we ourselves are contributing to those changes. We are causing the world to heat up. If we continue to behave as we are doing, our children and grandchildren will have to deal with extreme and potentially catastrophic changes. The vast forests of the Amazon could wither and burn. The oceans could turn acid, destroying much of the life they presently contain. The Arctic could be transformed. Its ice could melt, and its most famous animals vanish forever. Rising tides could cast millions of people adrift. There is now more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than at any time in the last 650,000 years. Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. Invisible and odorless, it surrounds our planet, warming it like a blanket. And every year, we add another 25 billion tons of it to the atmosphere. As the blanket gets thicker, the planet gets warmer. But scientists can only give us a range of possibilities, and what they're telling us is that our world will warm anywhere between 1.4 and 5.8 degrees Celsius in the next century. To put it another way, the impact of global warming will be somewhere between severe and catastrophic. What happens if we double our carbon dioxide emissions? Or how hot will it get? Overall, it looks as if we are in for a bumpy ride. We have always built our houses and roads with the weather in mind, but the continued effectiveness of our structures is something we can no longer take for granted. The idea that the way the climate will change over the coming years is up to us is a sobering thought. We know that human activity on a large scale, massive deforestation, the near universal use of fossil fuels is changing the climate. But can anything that you or I do individually, can that have an effect? Well, over half the carbon dioxide produced by mankind comes from our domestic activities. Meet the Carbons. They're a fictional family living some world. They occupy an average suburban house outside an average city. The Carbons are not bad people.
Bye.
Mr. Carbon's car, like most, spews out a lot of carbon dioxide. And the carbon family has 2 cars. Every year between them, they pump a staggering 20 tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. 10 tons per car. But it's not just the cars. Running the Carbon's family home with all its comforts uses almost as much energy as their vehicles do. Every device, functional or fun, has a knock-on effect. At the power plant. Scientists fear that at this rate, these everyday emissions could, within 50 years, push our climate to a critical point where change is no longer gradual, but sudden and extreme. No one knows for sure what impact global warming will have on the world's animals and plants. Africa is predicted to be one of the worst affected areas. Here and elsewhere, animals will be forced to try and migrate en masse as their habitat is transformed. There will certainly be many casualties. All the while, the carbon dioxide blanket surrounding the Earth is getting thicker, pushing the planet's ecosystems closer to the point of no return. The Amazon rainforest is already suffering the devastating effects of drought, that the forest is facing a previously unimaginable threat. We won't just lose the most diverse ecosystem on Earth. We could also lose an irreplaceable mechanism for cooling the planet. In cities all over the developed world, millions of ordinary households produce great quantities of carbon dioxide simply by going about their daily lives. And by 2050, we're on course to have doubled the amount we emit. All the carbon dioxide we produce doesn't stay forever in the atmosphere. It's continually being absorbed by the world's oceans. As the concentration in the atmosphere rises, so the oceans take up more. And this could lead to another of those tipping points. When carbon dioxide dissolves in water, it raises the acidity. And that could be lethal for many of today's sea creatures. The effects of acidification could be felt far beyond the oceans. Millions of people around the world rely on marine life for their survival. So how do we cut down our carbon dioxide emissions? Some of the world's leading scientists are convinced that finding a solution is a matter of extreme urgency. Because there's no single way to solve the problem of global warming, how we can all set our house in order. Dozens of things we can do around the house, from composting vegetable waste to switching to energy-saving light bulbs. If we all made the most efficient choices in our homes and offices, we would reduce those emissions by a quarter. Perhaps the simplest way most of us can combat global warming is to change the way we drive. The Carbons have opted for a more fuel-efficient car. If by mid-century 2 billion of the world's cars can do 60 miles to the gallon, it would deal with one more of the 7 sizes. Or if we all drive half as much as we do now, which might mean using public transport instead, we will also plus a slice. Already, change is in the air, and people all over the world are waking up to the urgent need to deal with global warming. The task ahead of us is vast, but we can all make a difference at every level, even the smallest. Worldwide, scientists predict that global warming could displace 150 million people within 50 years. In the past, we didn't understand the effect of our actions. Unknowingly, we sowed the wind, and now, literally, we are reaping the whirlwind. But we no longer have that excuse. Now we do recognize the consequences of our behavior. Now, surely, we must act to reform it, individually and collectively, nationally and internationally, before we doom future generations to catastrophe.
As the coronavirus pandemic grips the world, the priority is to save lives. As governments respond to the crisis with lockdowns and we travel less and consume fewer goods, there are unintended benefits for the environment. We've all seen the clips of animals taking over empty towns and cities, but the environmental impact has been so much bigger than that. Nitrous oxide levels are harmful pollution caused by traffic. They have been down around 40%, and same in cities across the world. Carbon dioxide levels have also dropped as countries produce fewer goods and use less energy. So this is some much needed good news right now, and gives us a glimpse into what a healthier planet could look like. The usually smog-filled sky has been blue and clear. Carbon dioxide is the main cause of global warming. But it's more than that. Air pollution is one of the most deadly environmental killers. Globally, it's estimated to cause 7 million deaths a year and shorten our lives by 3 years. If these reductions could be made permanent, perhaps there could be lasting benefits for everyone. So could our reliance on fossil fuels remain lower after the crisis, improving air quality and reducing global warming? Today, the world's focus is now on making sure that this crisis affects as few families as possible, and that there are jobs and security for everybody when this finally ends. There is also less focus on protecting the environment. And like many industries, work on renewable energy projects has stopped running. This virus has created a difficult and testing time for everyone. Surviving it is the priority. But once we've done that, we could have a chance to avoid repeating the environmental mistakes of the past.
Consulting Hospital. Volunteers. Me, Amadu, a nurse in West Africa. A few years ago, those volunteers removed a huge tumor from my leg. They saved my life. And over the last 40 years have treated millions of vulnerable people. Now, mercy-ships are joining the effort to supply thousands of COVID vaccines to nurses like me. But they need your help. Such mercy-ships vaccines now volunteers. Me, Amadu, a nurse in West Africa. A few years ago, those volunteers removed a huge tumor from my leg. They saved my life. And over the last 40 years have treated millions of vulnerable people. Now, mercy-ships are joining the effort to supply thousands of COVID vaccines to nurses like me. But they need your help. Such mercy-ships vaccines now volunteers. Me, Amadu, a nurse in West Africa. A few years ago, those volunteers removed a huge tumor from my leg. They saved my life. And over the last 40 years have treated millions of vulnerable people. Now, mercy-ships are joining the effort to supply thousands of COVID vaccines to nurses like me. But they need your help. Such mercy-ships vaccines now volunteers. Me, Amadu, a nurse in West Africa. A few years ago, those volunteers removed a huge tumor from my leg. They saved my life.
Over the years, I've
And over the
gotten
last
used to
40 years
strangers
have
of all
treated millions
ages
of vulnerable.
stopping me in my tracks.
Now, mercy-ships are joining
Are you
the effort
engineer
to
Sibo's
supply
daughter?
thousands of COVID
Or Dr.
vaccines to
Isibo?
nurses like me.
Reverend Isibo, or even Daddy Isibo.
Such mercy-ships vaccines
It doesn't
now
matter
volunteers.
in what capacity they
Amadu,
are.
a nurse in West
This is
Africa.
almost always followed by the same extramism.
They saved my life.
He is such an honest
And
man,
over the last 40 years
such
have
an honest
treated
person.
millions of vulnerable.
Stopping me in my tracks.
Now, mercy-ships
The
are
most
joining the
honest
effort to
businessman
supply
I've
thousands
ever
of
met.
COVID
Dr.
vaccines to
Someone
nurses
once
like
said,
me.
Reverend Isibo, or even Daddy Isibo.
Such mercy-ships vaccines
It doesn't
now
matter in
volunteers.
what capacity they are.
Amadu, a nurse in West
This is
Africa.
almost of things at a renewed
maybe take something. So right now we are going to continue with this training. All the challenges are not here yet. We will not be here initially. We will be more. Okay. So we thought we'd be able to go on with this training, which is what so right now film festival is about doing something in our film. All the challenges are not here in South. I remember how many years ago when I watched doing the film for the first time, in this screen, I know that in a way I just felt like it was something wrong with the screen. Something that you just doesn't like register in yours and so just put it together. All the challenges are not here in the screen. I remember how many years ago when I watched the film for the first time. That means that if I do another way, you understand? I know that so that's the value of being able to watch. I just felt like it was something wrong with the screen. Something that you just like register in yours together and so just put it together. All the challenges are not here in the screen. I remember how many years ago when I watched the film for the first time. That means that if I do another way, you understand? I know that missing words. That's the value of being able to watch. I just felt like it was something wrong with the screen. Something that you just like register in yours together and so just put it together. All the challenges are not here in the screen. I remember how many years ago when I watched the film for the first time. That means that if I do another way, you understand? I know that missing words. That's the value of being able to watch. I just felt like it was something wrong with the screen. Something that you just have personal like register in yours together and so just put it together. All the challenges are not here in the screen. Find out how many years ago when I watched the film for the first time. That means that if I do another way, you understand? I know that missing words. That's the value of being able to watch. I just felt like it was something wrong with the screen. Something that you just have personal like register in yours together and so just put it together. All the challenges are not here in the screen. Find out how many years ago when I watched the film for the first time. That means that if I do another way, you understand? I know that missing words. That's the value of being able to watch. I just felt like it was something wrong with the screen. Something that you just have personal like register in yours and so just put it together. All the challenges are not here in the screen. Find out how many years ago when I watched the film for the first time. That means that if I do another way, you understand? I know that missing words. That's the value of being able to watch. I just felt like it was something wrong with the screen. Something that you just have personal like register in yours and so just put it together. All the challenges are not here in the screen. Find out how many years ago when I watched the film for the first time. That means that if I do another way, you understand? I know that missing words. That's the value of being able to watch. I just felt like it was something wrong with the screen. Something that you just have personal like register in yours and so just put it together. All the challenges are not here in the screen. Find out how many years ago when I watched the film for the first time. That means that if I do another way, you understand? I know that missing words. That's the value of being able to watch. I just felt like it was something wrong with the screen. Something that you just have personal like register in yours and so just put it together. All the challenges are not here in the screen. Find out how many years ago when I watched the film for the first time. That means that if I do another way, you understand? I know that missing words. That's the value of being able to watch. I just felt like it was something wrong with the screen. Something that you just have personal like register in yours and so just put it together. All the challenges are not here in the screen. Find out how many years ago when I watched the film for the first time. That means that if I do another way, you understand? I know that missing words. That's the value of being able to watch. I just felt like it was something wrong with the screen. Something that you just have personal like register in yours and so just put it together. All the challenges are not here in the screen. Find out how many years ago when I watched the film for the first time. That means that if I do another way, you understand? I know that missing was that of value. I just thought don't spend something wrong. So something that you just have to all talent. Find that my grandmother way. Was that of value. I just thought don't spend something wrong. So something that you just have to all talent. Find that my grandmother way. Was that of value. I just thought don't spend something wrong. So something that you just have to all talent. Find that my grandmother way. Was that of value. I just thought don't spend something wrong. So something that you just have to all talent. Find that my grandmother way. Was that of value. I just thought don't spend something wrong. So something that you just have to all talent. Find that my grandmother way. Was that of value. I just thought don't spend something wrong. So something that you just have to all talent. Find that my grandmother way. Was that of value. I just thought don't spend something wrong. So something that you just have to all talent. Find that my grandmother way. Was that of value. I just thought don't spend something wrong. So something that you just have to all talent. Find that my grandmother way. Was that of value. I just thought don't spend something wrong. So something that you just have to all talent. Find that my grandmother way. Was that of value. I just thought don't spend something wrong. So something that you just have to all talent. Find that my grandmother way. Was that of value. I just thought don't spend something wrong. So something that you just have to all talent. Find that my grandmother way. Was that of value. I just thought don't spend something wrong. So something that you just have to all talent. Find that my grandmother way. Was that of value. I just thought don't spend something wrong. So something that you just have to all talent. Find that my grandmother way. something that you just have to Thank you.
Hello, good day viewers. Here is another interesting Olympiad mathematics question. I love Olympiad mathematics questions because of their logical approach. To observe this question, we are given that if 1 plus 1 divided by x to the power of x plus 1 is equal to 1 plus 1 divided by 4 to the power of 4, we are asked to find the value of x. If you relate this to viewers, you will observe here is another interesting Olympiad mathematics question. I love Olympiad mathematics questions because of their logic, because that is just the difference. Without this question, we are given that left to right. If 1 plus 1 here, 1 divided by x to the power of x, we have x is equal to 1 plus this one is raised to the power of 4, while this is raised, we are asked to find the value of x. We have if you relate this to viewers, you will observe here is another interesting Olympiad mathematics question. I love Olympiad mathematics. Let me start by simplifying because one is just the difference. Without this question, we are given that left to right. If 1 plus 1 here, 1 divided by x to the power of x is equal to 1 plus this one is raised to the power of 4. Let us find the determinant of this matrix. You can see it is 2 by 2 matrix. Finding the determinant of 2 by 2 matrix is very simple. It is donated by simplifying just multiply the leading diagonal elements. 3 multiplied by 4 plus negative. Let us find the determinant of this matrix. You can see it is 2 by 2 matrix. Finding the determinant of 2 by 2 matrix is very simple. It is donated just multiply the leading diagonal elements. 3 multiplied by 4 plus negative. Let us find the determinant of this matrix. You can see it is 2 by 2 matrix. Finding the determinant of 2 by 2 matrix is very simple. It is donated just multiply the leading diagonal elements. 3 multiplied by 4 plus negative. Let us find the determinant of this matrix. You can see it is 2 by 2 matrix. Finding the determinant of 2 by 2 matrix is very simple. It is donated just multiply the leading diagonal elements. 3 multiplied by 4 plus negative. Let us find the determinant of this matrix. You can see it is 2 by 2 matrix. Finding the determinant of 2 by 2 matrix is very simple. It is donated just multiply the leading diagonal elements. 3 multiplied by 4 plus negative. Let us find the determinant of this matrix. You can see it is 2 by 2 matrix. Finding the determinant of 2 by 2 matrix is very simple. It is donated just multiply the leading diagonal elements. 3 multiplied by 4 plus negative. Let us find the determinant of this matrix. You can see it is 2 by 2 matrix. Finding the determinant of 2 by 2 matrix is very simple. It is donated just multiply the leading diagonal elements. 3 multiplied by 4 plus negative. Let us find the determinant of this matrix. You can see it is 2 by 2 matrix. Finding the determinant of 2 by 2 matrix is very simple. It is donated just multiply the leading diagonal elements. 3 multiplied by 4 plus negative. Let us find the determinant of this matrix. You can see it is 2 by 2 matrix. Finding the determinant of 2 by 2 matrix is very simple. It is donated just multiply the leading diagonal elements. 3 multiplied by 4 plus negative. Let us find the determinant of this matrix. You can see it is 2 by 2 matrix. Finding the determinant of 2 by 2 matrix is very simple. It is donated just multiply the leading diagonal elements. 3 multiplied by 4 plus negative. Let us find the determinant of this matrix. You can see it is 2 by 2 matrix.
If
One What?
already waiting. Alpha 26 has reached. Everybody's already looking at you. Good day, sir. They're greeting you. Nobody calls me sir in my office, but when the date is close, how are you doing, sir?
Sir, how are you doing? He wants to look, but this is the responsibility, and it would have been easier when I had my small vision.
My small vision to say was travel, go and work in Disney. That was my small vision. The difficult vision was to build a studio in Nigeria.
Everybody's already looking at
you.
Good day, sir. They're greeting you.
So if that is the big vision, we need more people that think like business people, where you can look at content on the screen and say, where can I sell it? How can I monetize it? How does this translate to our 6 months of walking back and forth? I saw the clip of the visual effects guys from Ibadan, and people were laughing. I
heard that they've done something, but now there's another set of people that will
do half of what they've done, and people will be saying it's rubbish, but they know how to monetize it. And they will be making the same videos and be making money in and out, while someone else is trying to sharpen the skills that they have. So you sharpen the skills, that's the mindset. You sharpen your skills to be very, very good, and you just automatically think it's supposed to translate to income. The music industry didn't grow like that. When one artist just inside the booth, and it just translates to a Grammy award, it didn't work like that. Once they started thinking like business people, they had a manager, they had an assistant, they had a PR person. It started extending. They had more responsibilities. So that hit song was no more a hit song for an individual where he wanted to, that's how the artist used to think. They just wanted to buy a car, get a house, and move on. Now it's
comes down to be, if you get a car, get a house, and every other person on the team could get a car, get a house. So one thought about that.
How can we make this much more profitable? And when it's much more profitable, who are the key people we can bring in? The business development person that can get endorsements, person that knows how to run shows, person that knows how to do festivals, person knows how to do tours. So we just see Ashake, tour. It's a business person that is thinking of. It's not about the song is a hit song. It has
nothing to do with a hit song. It's a business person that thinks that way. Because how much money do you want to make from streaming when we can do tours in different countries and it comes out to be euros? And when we can market ourselves in those countries, it comes out to be endorsements like Puma for Video. How long
do you want to keep releasing hit songs like previously? We had artists that were releasing hit songs every 2 months. But now, Davido will just release one hit song and collect all the endorsements and do some. It's someone that is thinking about it. Nothing is fluke. Anything that is fluke is collabo once and it goes. You can't see it again. But if it's a business person, a person will think, how long can this be sustainable? How long can we keep making income from the content we're making, which is the product, which is called the hit? And if it's not a hit song, how do you still make money? You can't just make moi moi and say, the moi moi today is not so sweet, so we can't sell it. You have to.
Mama at the junction will close shop. So that's the funny thing. I went
to see, we have this law firm company that handles us. And I was having a conversation with the owner, and my mindset was, finally someone has discovered us, they'll invest in us. That mindset, please debunk it. The investor. And the woman told me, how is your business doing? This is 3 years ago. It's like, we're not making money. He said, why are you not making money? And I said, because we need money to make money. I said, that is a big lie.
You don't always need money to start off. If that is it, then you can't really do anything. Like,
if it's a business, it has to. These are the words she said. If it's a business, it has to make money. If it's Akara, you have to make sales. So if Akara woman is making sales, why are you not making money? That's the question she asked me, and I just sat down there and it's better I go and start selling Akara because they are making, because that's the truth. Because
we all want to build big eatery. But the moment that the junction is making money, that's why she has been
there since primary school, secondary school. You traveled, you came back. She's still there making money because the only thing that sustains that business is that she's making money to move to the next day, to move to the next year. And you come back, you now realize she has 2 more staff. You come back, she has expanded. You come back, it was just her name. Now she has a signboard. It's Coca-Cola that gave her the signboard because they want to sell drinks there. It's a business. So when we keep
thinking, just crazy,
we're all going to be broke eventually. And that's what she made me understand. It is a business. Why is it not making money? Go back and figure out how to make money. And I went back and I started thinking of, if we're not making money, then we should close down the business. Let's go and sell akara. This was the only thing that I heard in that meeting. Go and sell akara because it's making money.
Stop being that creative boy in your head and say, I know how to do this and
nobody can do it like me. This animation industry is like there's a figure of a God mentality inside you. Can own the software, can draw the line, can color it, can render it. It makes you feel like God. But at the end, if it's not making money, you can't do some certain things. You can't, when you stay some days and you can't transport yourself. I'm telling you literally my own story. When you stay some days, you are waiting for a business meeting. And they finally come through, but you can't even transport yourself.
You have to trek. There's a problem. When you wait for some business meetings.
And you are making a decision, should I buy toothpaste to brush or should I transport myself? This is the reality of creative people. And I started thinking that it doesn't make any sense. We're all just a bunch of people in the room creating stuff. Nobody is thinking of business because we all assumed if we sharpen our skills so sharp that it will just translate into money. But it never did. So I just decided, you know what? I'm tired of being the creative boy. I need to think of how to translate this into income.
That's why I don't really bother so much about the government.
Because I know if we are getting it right, eventually there are some bodies, it might not be the government, there are some bodies that will jump in to support, and we will get that big support that can go around. Maybe now the support is really small, but we'll get that big support that can go around and that can expand studios. But thinking that the government is just going to throw money at us is a big lie. Once they start throwing at the music, then I'll take it as a hint that money is coming our way.
Okay, the people from the tourism board, that's the government, they're around. So we also want them to hear what we are saying, so that they can also participate in the animation process. So that's why we are slowing down in that sense. But then, since we don't want to leave this place. Okay, questions. Okay, yes. So if you're not planning to leave this place to go and sell akara, then, or you have maybe other options, then that's a different case. But if are there any questions? Okay, she's here. All right. Okay, so just
Hello. Oh, all right. Thank you very much. You're welcome once again to the panel.
2022. It gives me great pleasure to welcome into our midst the Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Film and Video Censors Board, Mrs. Bukola. I recall that one of our panelists made mention of government and how some of the things we are doing in the creative industry either has to do or not has to do with government. Well, the good thing is we now have government in this hall with us here. And
Every represented by Mrs. Bukola. So you are welcome. We also have
on the high table one of our valued partners on this journey. They've been supporting us all through the years. That is Utilos Nigeria Limited, represented here by the founder and manager. He is also a seasoned public sector practitioner, and he has worked with at least 3 different state governments that I'm aware of. He has played key roles
in tourism and the creative industry. For those of us who know about Sinapa across River State,
he was one of the brains behind it way back then. So you are welcome, Mr. Logan.
We are expecting a couple of people
to also join in this conversation, because I think this is one of the most critical aspects of today's event, the things we are talking about here. And we don't want to just talk. We want to talk and come up with workable solutions to some of the challenges that we are discussing here. So I'm going to hand over to the panel for this discussion to continue, and then the Executive Secretary will subsequently have a few things to tell us in the course of this conversation. Thank you very much.
When other distinguished I will do the introduction. The theme is
the future of African animation, and then we are looking at it within the context of
some of the role that we have to play as Nigerian creatives and some of the challenges that we have and how to overcome those challenges. Thank you.
So the continuing, and one of the things that we're talking about was the fact that if we are not making money as animators or people working in the animation industry, then it's probably better that we sell akara instead of actually doing this animation. So the key thing here is making money.
Because it's when we make money that we can make more. In fact, our creative
juices will flow more, and even as people, we begin to collaborate more, there are people that have this talent, but they also need to eat. So when they see that there's funding, it will make it even more attractive. And so, sir, I want to ask,
how do we position ourselves to make this movie?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, let me say that
you don't need to sell akara. Because we have a skill set that is tremendously in great demand. Tremendously in great demand. Let me tell you. I don't want to mention names, but just last week, one of my
he got a call from a very big animation studio.
In Korea, one of the biggest animation studios in Korea. And then they were like, oh, blah, 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 that they've seen his work, blah, 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 blah. And they checked out his work. And then, they commissioned him to do some stuff for them.
When I say commission him to do some stuff for them, ultimately it means that
Spoof is doing some stuff for them. So, and what they are paying is actually quite good. It's quite good. And it just dawned on me that there's a gold mine that even the government is not even seeing. Okay, because
if one person, just one individual, actually just one of you here,
has a chance to just work on a project for 4 weeks and is earning like 6 naira. So, Madam sat up. So
if all of us here have access to that, okay? And I think that's the role of government.
I was just in South Africa last week, like you were saying, and we were in a workshop. It was a research workshop. Some guys came from Uganda, from Senegal, from Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa. And it just dawned on me that government doesn't really need to give us money. It's not as if we are asking for the money. But sometimes the enablement is what is necessary. Imagine if government says, LIFANIMA, you do your 2 days, the remaining 5 days, we are bringing him to come and do a training, and government is funding it. I just got a call while I was down. I got a call from Abuja, said I should come to Abuja to do 2 days for training. And they are paying me good money. The fact is that you bringing me to share my knowledge with you guys. See, let me tell you, in my studio right now, I don't even have enough staff. I must confess. But imagine if government says, look, Spoof, Mr. Ayo, you have been doing so well in this animation thing. You're one of those who are doing great. You know what? The role of Governor Sowolu wants to bring in empowerment for youth, blah, blah, blah. Here is 20 million. Make sure you employ so people. This is their salary. Make sure you employ and make sure that you show us how many people you've employed so that we can talk in our meetings that we have created this amount of job. There's so much job out there, but the truth is that we cannot even eat a fraction of that job because we don't even have people who are trained. So there are so many young people out there who want to learn this thing, but people like me will not have enough time to sit down and train if I'm not, because once I leave my space to do this, the money I'm supposed to be earning in my own space has been taken away. So So government has a role to play, even in terms of research. You know, I was talking to the French attaché, and I was telling her about, can we do a research? Let's even know how many people are out there, how many young people actually want to learn this animation thing. You know, let's do the research, then let's see how we can. But he now said, who's going to fund the research? Governments can put the money down and say, look, we are putting this money down for the research. We even want to know who are in this industry, want to know how much money this industry can make. You know, I was so excited when I heard our governor saying, His Excellency, talking about the film city. I was excited. But once again, there was no mention of animation in that discussion. You know, so these are the things that I feel Madam will be able to also talk to us about and enumerate. I have a passion for young people. For 20 years, I've been doing it. I've been trying to encourage young people, and there are some people here who came through me who have gone on to do other things. Okay? So the truth is that there's money in this industry. It's $1 billion industry. I'm just opening your eyes. It's $1 billion industry. Eh? $1 trillion. 600 billion. It's, thank you, 600 billion, you know, dollars industry. But we need to sit up, we need to be trained, we need to skill up, you know, and we need to also find a way of attaching ourselves into clusters. I know that some of us don't trust government. I know that some of us have lost hope in government. But the truth is this: if you don't have hope, then what's the point of life? You know, you just need to keep on hoping that one day government will rise up and change. Government will rise up and change. And to be fair, government has been trying their best, you know, in their own little way. And that makes me talk about that risk. Because it looks as if government even still does not even understand our industry very well. Okay, but if that research paper is done, and government can see where the 600 billion is, because most times we're not talking 600 billion. So where is 600 billion? Where is it? Where is it? Show me the 600 billion. If the research is done, we can articulate where that 600 billion is done. For example, imagine discussing with Toomboom in Canada and just creating a waiver and say, Toomboom, just come. We'll host you for 1 week. It doesn't cost anything. Just give them a hotel. They will come for free. Why? Because they want to sell software. They know that if they can penetrate and we are all using the software, they will make money. So they don't need money from government. They just need a government organize it, set it up, bring the people. We will come. And then we'll give them license. Maybe government pays for the first 1 year of license for everybody that attends the training. Then afterwards, if you are beginning to make money from the training, you will pay your license yourself because you know that you are making money from it. I think I'll stop here. But there's a lot I would really love to say, but let me stop here.
You know, when we talk about money in our industry, you know, when he said $1 billion, I was just trying to update. The industry in the whole world is projected to be $600 billion by 2030. The outsourcing from the industry, so outsourcing, animation outsources, when US is doing production or Europe is doing production, they always look for where there's manpower. So the key places presently is India, there's China, there's Singapore, like you mentioned, there's Malaysia, there's Brazil. There's some places that they have a lot of skilled manpower for our industry. They don't have as much as the US has or Europe has, so they always outsource work. And the outsourced industry is at 192 billion. So if outsourced work is at 192 billion, so these countries are calling are the ones that are eating that money. This is beyond just the money that they make from sales and other things. Just outsourcing production goes to around 192 billion. So now if we're having this conversation with the government, let's just get 10% of the 192 billion into our industry, which points back at what Ayodele mentioned. Train more people. When we go to the market, they always ask us that question. They always ask us that question. How many do you? How much work? What they are saying is, how much work can we give you? And if we know how much work we can give you, then we know exactly how big your industry is. So when Ayodele says he doesn't have enough people, it's the same thing. I'm on my way, I'm getting emails from my trip to France on service work that runs into plenty, as my business development guy would say, many monies. That's like when he does calculation, he says, this one is many monies, Ogao. That's what you say. It's a lot of money, but sometimes you can't even access it. You are seeing money that is running to a lot, but you can't access it because why? You don't have the manpower. And that manpower is very, very difficult to do because why? Ideally, as mentioned, you train people, you have people, some people will leave. You train because of they see a better job, but we train people, sometimes you even don't see train. Sometimes you see some people, they say, we are so passionate about animation, but when they come after 2 weeks, they'll say, so all this thing we're seeing on screen is like this. I can't do it, it's too much stress. But there's a lot of money to be made because those companies will never give money to individuals. They will give money to companies, and companies will employ people, and that's how it is. We go to the market, you meet the smallest animation studio in India, and they're telling you, we have 300 animators, and we can scale up to an extra 100. That is one studio. And you're looking in the room of the animation industry of studios in India. It's like, it's more than this. That's the studio owners. And each person is telling you they have 300, this one has 200, this one has 150, this one. And the funny thing about, they've tried to even outsource work to us in Nigeria because they are aware of our population when it comes to youth. But the truth is that we do not have skilled people. And to try to scale up and train people and do business at the same time, it's a very difficult task because at that point in time, you are literally engaging your whole studio to train another. If you have 10 people, to train another 10 people, and those 10 people are not paying for the training. So now you are training another. Where is when you have jobs, how to sustain the previous 10 people that are on the team? So it's always a thing of, because our industry is very, very small. Like when it comes to the global industry, when you go to the market, you get your fingers burnt, everybody will know. So they'll say, don't do business with that guy. And our own is very, very obvious. We are literally only the black people in the room. So you don't want them to point. You say, you know that black guy, that one there. It's the one that did not do the job. So people will tell, because that means you cannot handle the capacity. And our business is really time restricted. They tell you, start by April. You must be ready by April. We want to finish by December. You must finish by December. Once you are defaulting already, by second week of April, they're already carrying their bag, moving to the next person. They're not giving you second chance. So is it an industry that can literally create jobs for people? Yes, it can. It can. It can create jobs. It can create jobs that, I've done this estimation, like if we have the manpower, we can pay as cheap, I'll use the word cheap, as 200,000 per animator. If we have the volume, because we know the volume that the market is demanding, we can pay as, I'll use it as cheap as 200K. For an animator, what is a banker earning? And you have the opportunity to do what you love. You're not under pressure. Some people went into banking because of pressure. So they've left their other dreams to just get a job to sustain themselves. But now we have the opportunity to do what we want to do. You wake up, you just keep drawing, and you're being paid for it, and it's sustaining you. You can build a family with it. You can build a home with it. You can build a family. I'm glad to be in my own studio that have started working with us. They've gotten married. They've had children. It was not possible. The reason why some people are still in our creativity are still single is because nobody wants to carry an extra hand. That's just the reality. And if anybody is trying to carry an extra hand, trust me, if it's a guy, the woman is telling you must change this animation career. There's nothing inside it. You must move to something that is much more sustainable. If it's a woman, please go and get a job. The husband is like, this thing is not going to work. We have been seeing you on and off for how many years? And it's not sustainable. So Is there opportunities? Yes, there's massive opportunities. We've seen what the music industry has done, where it is one artist, but there are 50 people behind one artist. And that is paying the bills for all those 50 people. So now that we have so many artists, imagine how teams are for one artist to make sure that it's sustaining that.
Yeah, let me just add also that the government has. Oh, someone.
Excuse me, sorry. I said that we have a couple of people we're expecting. I just want to introduce one of the eggheads with us today. We're actually very privileged to have him. He's a very self-effacing gentleman. He's a member of he's a voting member of the Oscar Academy. He's a filmmaker, a documentary maker. He runs a documentary film festival called IREP every year. His name is Femi Odugbemi. Also a director of the Multi-Choice Talent Factory. Please, we need you here. You have to tell us a story. He's a storyteller. He's a director of Multi-Choice Talent Factory. And I can't do justice to properly introduce him. Otherwise, we'll spend the rest of the day here. So, Mr. Femi Odugbemi, we are happy to have you with us. Please, let's hear it. The Nigeria Film Corporation gave him Lifetime Achievement Award. And I was like, how can you give this young man Lifetime Achievement? He has not even started. I know he has not even achieved half of what he wants to achieve. So, Femi, you're welcome. Mr. Ayodele Elegba, I forgot to introduce our panelists to the ES. Mr. Ayodele Elegba is a founder and chief executive of Spoof Animation. He trains a lot of young and aspiring animators. That's why he was using style to ask government for money for training. Then Esther Kemi, but I must say our moderator for the day. She's the founder of Reduxity Media, and she's a specialist in stop motion animation, which is an area that she has a background in engineering, and she's doing what a lot of even the men animators are afraid to do. That stop motion is extremely difficult, and very few people dare to do it. So she's doing very well in that area. And then Umboti Dem Johnson is the founder and chief executive of Basement Animation. He's an award-winning animator, except that he's trying to win more money now than the animation itself. These are some of the leaders of the Nigerian animation industry. So it's deliberate that we have them on this panel. And I also am aware that the executive secretary is wearing 2 or 3 caps here today, because she's also here for the Honorable Commissioner, Lagos State Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. And like I said, we don't want to just talk. We are going to come up with. And to latch on to what you are talking about, you said you are about the Lagos Film City. We are very excited about it. We are excited to read that Mr. Governor had set the ball rolling in a strategic partnership with the Creative Academy. And what we are going to be pushing for is that we want to have an animation school in that film city. We started this festival 6 years ago, and in the category of 3D animation, the South Africans have been winning our prizes. And why? Because they have an animation school in Cape Town. All the entries that come from that animation school, our animators are unable to beat the quality of work. So we are happy to have a film city in Lagos, and we are going to be working with the state government to push for us to have an animation school in that film city. What you are talking about, I know a 25-year-old animator. The boy sits down, he gets $5,000 every month from an American company. He works remotely. And he works a few hours a day. He has time to go around and enjoy himself. And that is just, what. So The industry is huge. And that company is not even an animation studio. It's an aircraft manufacturing company. It just does the 3D modeling for them and all of that. So the industry is huge. There's so many dimensions to it. But let me drop the mic now and hand over to our panelists. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very, thank you very much. I think you said most of the things I wanted to say. For me, I'm just concerned about how do we get the youths engaged? How do you get them employed? How, one of the things that is happening now with government is they are saying, oh, they are going for the tax net, more tax next year, more tax next year. How do you want to take from the youths, if we're not going to give back to them first? I think the best way to actually make them willing to pay tax and actually give back to government is if government also does something for them first. And that's why the training is very important. The training is very important. Not just training, but also work ethics as well. Because all these people doing this kind of work, they have a certain type of work ethics that you require to be able to survive on those kind of jobs. Or else they'll just say, thank you very much, you can go home now. We're not working with you anymore. So it's not just about the skill, it's about capacity development, the work ethics, how to work with people like that abroad and all that. So I just wanted to add that because the ES is here, I'm sure she would tell us the goodies that the government has in store for us in 2023. Especially, the election is coming, and the votes has to come in as well. All right, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. The questions and the concerns are basically on the issue of training. I want to chip in on that thing because there have been a couple of studios that I've gotten to talk to, and they're want to do co-productions, like that. But I discovered that the co-production agreements, the international co-production agreements, many of them are not really in place. So it makes it very difficult to have defined agreements. So some of them have to be behind, and we may not fully understand some of those things that will not pay us and the things like that. But once there's an agreement, we can set the record straight and all. So that it's not like after you've signed the deal, the next thing you now start seeing things behind and all that. So those are some of the things I also would like to add along with the training. So I don't know if you have something to say to it, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to stand on existing protocol. But even at that, I still would like to recognize some people in this hall. I recognize Hall, but I would like to recognize the USP CEO, Mr. Muiwa Kayode, who brings us here every year. Every year, he's been faithful to it. He's been faithful to the call. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for all that you do. To my right is his loyal friend and partner, the Utilus Nigeria CEO, Mr. Segun Ologunleko. Thank you for your support. And to my left, my very good friend and the only lifetime achiever in the room, a great director. He wears many caps. If you've watched his film, you know he's very articulate in what he does. He's very diligent, and he does very well in all the documentaries that I've gone through, that I've watched. He's someone that I always, when he says it's out, I go there. I'm at the cinema to watch his movie because it actually speaks the language I understand. Thank you, Mr. Femi Odugbemi. Our panelists, Mr. Hayodele Elegba, we've met on several occasions. I appreciate your work. Mrs. Kemi Badamosi, nice meeting you. And Mr. Johnson, thank you too for the work. Animators in the room, and the men of the fourth estate, thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Lagos State government is big on animation. It might not seem so yeah, because I know Mr. Muiwa knows that we're very passionate about animation. I had to be so many places today, but I said I've been in several events, as you know, and which I just said I have to still be here for the opening. And I'm representing the Honorable Commissioner for Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture in person of pharmacist Uzamat Akimbile Yusuf, who would have loved to be here as well. She promotes everything tourism and arts. And animation, like I said before, is big on our table. It's something we're really, we want to support, we want to promote, that we are, you will see it soon. You will witness it. So thank you very much. So like I said earlier, that it's always a delight to be in the presence of animators. The youthful energy that is brought into it is amazing, and it makes you feel like a child all the time. Even when you're watching the adverts, you know, it's something. I don't know how to express it, but it's always, there's no blood. There's no. Sorry about that. Can you just let me mute my. So, like I said, my apologies for that. So let me continue. On animation, On animation, you might not, when we talk film, it's all encompassing. It's like Mr. Femi Odugbemi saying that you're not talking about documentary, you're not talking about, it's when animation is one genre that is also, that you understand. So we have you in mind. And Lagos State government has been doing training for the past since last year. We're conducting training in the creative industry, and it's not just on film. Even there's some that are being trained in the music editing, and documentary, and the latest agreement that was signed recently with Giddy Creative has animations in it. So we're going to have some graduates who are animators from this present training that is going on in Unilag, and is done. We partnered with Giddy Creative Academy to do this. So we have animators already in the house, having a training in animation. So it's not like animators have been left out in what we're doing within the state. I bring the compliments of the Lagos State Governor, who is passionate about everything youth and everything creative. He's put a lot of fund into the creative industry, and animation, I want to reiterate, the animation is not left out. You can access this fund. It was at an event yesterday for the graduation of filmmakers who has been trained in different local community, and also expressed this to them, that the fund is available for you. He's made this provision, And he expects the youth to come on board and take this fund and begin to showcase your talent. But I also hear from the animators that are already on ground that, there's so much work to be done, but there are few animators on ground. And you don't want to just get fund and get your hand burnt and nobody wants to come near you. So I think you need to upscale. So if there's need, you know that you need to upscale. You don't just take a first license. It's like the driver's license. You get it. Yes, you can drive. But practice makes perfect. So you need to go through mentorship. You need to work with those that have perfect the trade and understand what this is about. And so that by the time you're assessing a fund, you know that you're doing a world of good and you're getting benefit from the fund that you have assessed, not being popular for the wrong reason. So now talking about, I want to look at the issues that were raised. You talked about training, and I want to let you know that we're doing that, and we'll still partner with more people. You've offered your services. we will let you know if we have accepted your services. So we will contact you when the time comes, or you can reach out to us and let us know what you're willing to do, because we're looking at a time when the world needs animators. They know Nigeria has budding talent. They have people who could do the job for them, who they can trust and rely on. And it's important for you to understand the timing. There's no African time. There's nothing like African time. When you've been given a job, you have to deliver before the date. If you deliver the date, you are late. You have to deliver it before the date. That's why you might find them moving on to the next person, because you don't have a culture of respecting your timing. So those are the kind of things you will understand. You undergo through this training. They're not going to train you to become an animator. They're going to train you on how to make money being an animator and how to be the best at what you do. That is our own prerequisite for everybody we come in contact with that is going to work as a trainer for the creative industry. We don't just want you to teach them the art. We want you to teach them how to get the money from the art. We want you to teach them on how to be a better person. So you will find in every academy that we are partnered with that they will have the ones that work with the behavioral patterns and teaches them the best way to behave in a corporate environment, and which will also transcend to the society. So also on the issue of research, it's noted. It's something that's been long overdue, and I also believe that we can start to work with you on that. There's a professor in is already working on something similar, and we would escalate it. We would work with everyone and anyone that is to give us the number of animators that we have, so we can have a data that we can present to the public when there is need to. Also, you spoke about, yes, I was interested in the $600 billion in the industry. I am still interested in that. And I believe everyone in the room is interested in assessing that. Yes, I would like to study animation as well as time goes on. So don't be surprised when you find me in any of your academy studying it. You are not the only one that needs money. So I'm coming on board as well. So we, like Mr. Johnson also said, we need to scale up. We need more skilled people in this industry. The first batch of trainees have already been accepted, but there's going to be another opening for animators. And when that time comes, I believe people in this room that need to upskill on talent, approach the partners that we've already partnered with. We, like I said, presently, Giddy Creative Academy is the one working on animation, and we will still expand it because just like we had Ebony Life Academy that taught on different genre of the film industry, and Del York as well, Film Academy, just concluded its training. That's the graduation that we had yesterday. So you will know that it's not just, we are not stuck with one person or one academy. We are moving with different academies, ensuring that they are delivering industry. So as long as we are in need of animators or film practitioners to benefit from the upskilling that is available, we'll continue to engage academies to train the creatives. So let me now, I don't want to bore you with too much talk about the training. I know that and understand that. So what I want to tell you is the bouquet of opportunities that the Lagos State government has made that has been ongoing, and we're still going to have more, which if you've not been able to attend any of the ones that have been done in the past, opportunity to come and join the next batch that is coming up. The second one is the Film City that you're all aware of. I believe everyone has heard about the Film City. And believe me, there's going to be the animation space. The creative is going to have this space. Thank you. We're going to have a big studio for animation. It's on the it's already done. It's on the paper, and when the investors begin their work, you will have your animation studio, just like all the other. The music studio is going to be there. The film and the costume and everything that a film city should have will be equipped. And so you pardon us when we talk about the industry, the creative industry. Most times we're just saying film. When we say that, it's a generic. So every genre of this creative industry is already captured in this creative space that we're creating within the film city. So everybody and every trade has been captured, and it would be attended to, and ensure that we have a school in place and a studio for each talent to work on. Thank you. So the next one is the Film Fund. The Film Fund is available for every graduate of this, is in fact available for every resident in Lagos State that's in the creative industry. So it depends on what or genre of the creative industry that you belong to. You'll find out they've been assessing. So if you, like I said, you don't need to approach the Film Fund if you don't have a need to approach. If you know you're not yet where you have to be. That's what the panelists have already informed you about. That it's not the animation genre is not something that you want to just start and just fall down flat with. I think you should, the fund is there, it's for you, but ensure that you're partnering with, like I said, one thing I picked from what the panelists were saying, that they don't give it to individuals, they give it to a company. And these companies will have like 300, 200 animators within them. So if, yes, there's an opportunity for you as a youth to approach the film office for a fund, but it will be wise for you to ensure that you are partnering with those that have done it and have succeeded in it in the industry. So when you are getting this fund, for you to, it's a seed fund in your hand. So for you to be able to achieve something with it, make sure you align yourself with your seniors in the industry and mentors in the industry. So they will assist you in ensuring that you succeed in your first term or second. I know even before you get to this, you would have done some animation, you'd have released some works, but to get to the fund is for you to perfect your art. So kindly find attachment with your mentors and ensure that you are being helped to achieve great feat with a fund. In essence, you have a fund to assess. That is my message. Using it wisely. Thank you. So using it wisely is expedient. Thank you. So that would be that for the opportunities available within and so many as we continue to engage with the creative industry, every opportunities, every challenge is our challenge as well. And so we'll work together on how to solve it. We'll listen. It's at forums like this that we discover the need of the industry and we table it before the appropriate authorities so that a change can be made in the narrative of the industry. So once there's anything or any hope of a change, let us know. Let us dialogue on these things and let us see how government can partner with you, how government can assist in bringing succor to the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Well, the answers have been quite powerful. Even though we would still like to know the specifics of the accessibility, as in like how, so that individuals can know how they can actually, access the funds. So at this point also, we've been waiting for you. Mr. Sam is here, and is here to give a broader perspective to things. And we as animators, we are trying to bring in more of the business side of things, into the creative, so that it's not just the creative. Yeah, yes, you must have. So he's the senior vice president, like I said, of Trace Group. Yes, on business, global business development. Yeah, so he's going to be sharing with us and giving us a much broader perspective. We knew that we can't do this whole thing without him. It's something we've talked about, so we need to also see that side of things. We really mean business here. We are not going from here. And then by the time we are here next year, we would have things to say. So it's not like we're going from here and then we've had more stories. It's not about more stories. It's about seeing results, and so from creative to results to seeing the money, he'll be talking to us about it. So.
Thank you. First of all, I really apologize for being late. Usually, as a yellow man, I try and pride myself on being on time. So my apologies to the house. No disrespect meant by it at all. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. My name is Sam Onyemelukwe. I often go by Samo because it's easier to sound like a celebrity, I guess. Although I'm not much of a celebrity, I am extremely focused on the business side of it. That's what I do. I've been working with Trace now 12 years, which is a long time. I never quite expected it. And as mentioned, I'm the what we call Senior Vice President of Business Development across the Trace Group. We have about 30 TV channels broadcast in about 180 countries. But it's satellite, so even our Trace Niger channel that you can see here, I think is broadcast in about 20 countries, and very popular across most of them. And as a traditional media company, we also are extremely focused on transitioning to the future, right? We know that, I don't want to ask here, because our guys here, I'm here, we know where a lot of our business comes from, but we know that traditional TV is going the way of the dodo. I don't even want to see how many hands here who has DSTV subscription. You probably watch most of your stuff on your phone. So it's incredibly important to us. You see Trace, people think of it as a music TV channel, but we are much more than that. We acquired a full-scale production studio in South Africa last year. We produce TV commercials, we produce TV shows, just like we're doing, I think, I can't remember who the production house, I think Live Spot is doing Real Housewives of Nigeria. We did Real Housewives of Cape Town. So you can see our capability. Now, when it comes to animation, animation's a special space, right? It takes very incredible talent and creativity to dream up an entire world, right? Normally, when you bring out a camera, at least you're looking at a real human being, you on it, the person talk, and you go. But this is dreaming up a whole world in your mind. And I recognize, and probably most of us in this room recognize, that while there's huge animation ecosystems like Dora, all of the stuff that Pixar does, etc., and the list goes on, that these are entire industries. If you're not aware, Dora the Explorer is a $4 billion annual budget, annual business. It makes $4 billion. Now, let's not, shake too much, but let's also face the reality that the global media and content business is also a very different ballpark than what we deal with here in Africa, right? That's because in the US, when they put out a movie, they have over 5,000 movie screens, right? And because of I won't call it the standard of living, but the amount of money in the economy, right? That means, let me give a few figures. I hope I'm not boring anybody yet. It's okay, ba? All right. So here in Nigeria, we know the tough challenges that our youth and we face with unemployment, and even when we're employed, we can call it underemployed because too much, right? You know that in the US, $20,000 a year is considered no, it's not menial. It's poverty. They call it poverty because you cannot really survive on $20,000 in a year, right? So the median income is around $35,000, $40,000. If you change that to here, you say, oh, wow, the people are rich, right? Meanwhile, same thing, every other price is in the equivalent of Burger King. That's 1.5 for small bottle water. Can you buy it like that? You won't. So let's put it all into perspective. And likewise, when you go to watch a movie in the US, the tickets are usually $12 or $14. So how much is that? We're talking of $10K for a movie. And then your popcorn is also $15 or $20. Popcorn and drink, the way they sell it. So each person going to that movie is spending $30, right? And then there are 5,000 screens with 100 each. So that's why in the US, when a movie comes out, they call it a blockbuster and say in its first week of release, it had over $100 million in revenue. That's how it breaks down, okay? And that's why they can also afford to invest at the levels that they do into movies. You hear of a $300-400 million budget, you're like, how? Take now. It's not even, it's confusing to me, right? And that's why. That's why. And what they do with that is that they invest very, very focused and very deeply into perfecting these things. So before any movie script or animation character comes out, do you know how much research and testing they do into that? You know how much they know they have what they call well, you know the term algorithm from technology now. They have long Excel spreadsheets with all sorts of algorithms where they can predict the income that they'll get from a movie. They say if we have a A-level star like a Tom Cruise or so and so, you have 8 explosions, a love scene, and 3 babes, and so on and so on. It should generate 350 million, so we can afford to spend 100 million. Right? Crazy. So why I'm explaining all this is because when it comes down to the ground here, what we're trying to do, you here in this room, we here in this room trying to build an industry out of this thing, is that it does take investment. It does take partnership, but it takes, as you said, Ma, the business mind behind it. No investor is going to, look, let me not say no investor, because there's some people with money that are a bit, maybe not as strict as we like them to be. Sometimes that money has come easily, if you catch my drift. So, but but for the ones that are serious, they're happy for you to tell them about your character and this and that. They're like, I don't even know what this means. How much? And how are you going to make the money back? Right? They will much rather see an Excel spreadsheet from you than to meet your character. And if you come to them with that mindset, I have to be focused on giving this guy a return. Guy, girl, sorry, you're in the he-she world. I have to focus on making a return on this, then you're starting to talk the right language, right? One thing I always tell music artists that I meet is the first thing, before anything, before you even talk to me, get a lawyer. They're like, lawyer, but what's a lawyer going to do for me? Bruh, the lawyer is going to save your ass, if you don't mind me swearing a bit. They're going to save you. Because who was the artist, Casey, we were talking about in the office the other day, he put out a song and the one influencer made it popular and he was complaining that the guy didn't pay him, right? Offered him 100K. Meanwhile, the song had easily made 30, 40 million, right, in revenue, because he didn't have what you call a split sheet. And he didn't know he needed a split sheet because he thought this guy was his friend. Well, he was your friend, and you know, when money comes in, friendship is more difficult to handle. So, whenever I go into a business relationship, so my staff sometimes think I'm crazy because I can sit down at a table with somebody. I'll say, okay, this is the idea. I want to do this. And they say, okay, that sounds good. And then I say, okay, now let's talk about money. Let's be clear. I need X amount to do this, and this. If you cannot pay this amount, then we have to change what we're doing and reduce it because, okay. And the way I actually twist it is I then say to them, so sure you want to do the event or the TV show or whatever it is. So it's no longer me and you negotiating against each other. The problem is how much money you're going to pay me. So me and you now have to solve that problem together. We're now partners. You understand? Right? So anyway, back to the more specific point. There is going to be 1, 2, or more animators in this room who will make that $1 billion. Right? But trust me, it is a real business. Get the support you need around you in terms of legal, in terms of financial know-how, right? Because trust me, even the most supposedly boring banker in the world, ultimately when he goes home at night, does he not watch something or listen to music and group with his family? Everybody has a love for creativity even if they're not creative, right? That's one of the beautiful things about the creative industry, right? One of the most beautiful things about the creative industry is we love music, we love characters, we love this in a way that we don't love most other things. We all love money and cars and all of that, but when it comes to food and music and content, there's a certain spiritual connection of love that's with it. So you take advantage of that. So you focus on that, and you get those people around you to do the right thing. Now, how do we now monetize that content here in the continent, since we don't have all these movie screens, etc.? Well, it's obvious. You're already all on the phone, right? Now, we know that even our friends from the abroad, and you can count me among them. Yes, my mom is white, because I always get asked, am I a full Nigerian? So my mom is white, it's okay, right? And let me just add to the pride of my mom. My mom came to Nigeria in 1962. She lived not too far from here, and she lived in our village for an entire year and a half during the Biafran War and speaks Igbo perfectly, okay? She has a love for this country that's deep. So, but let's go back to the point. When it comes to monetizing this content, right, it's definitely on the mobile phone, but right now the dominant ones are still international. And Netflix, Amazon, they have the money. So how do you tap into that ecosystem in a way? As you may know, outside of government support, which the industry needs, you look at all these big companies. YouTube used to have a content fund, right? There are foundations, right, whose sole purpose is to support and stimulate the creative industry. So you can go, I think Ford Foundation is one of them, There are multiple ones. In fact, Casey has developed a very interesting project within Trace where we are helping young creatives like you get foundation grants, right? Because we know how to do it. So see Casey there. Stand up. You know this guy, all right? He doesn't have the money in his pocket, so don't attack him, but he can help you. And we can help you get the money. We're going to get paid for it. We're not here for free. We're not here for fun. Well, we are here for fun, but we like to have fun while we make our money, all right? So I hope I've, connected a few dots, right? I will mention one other thing that I think is important. When it comes to Netflix, Amazon Prime, I personally get a little frustrated because as rich as those companies are, they still come to our content creators and say, they try and give really low amounts. And the reason, it's a valid reason. We don't have that many subscribers here. So how can they lavish, the amounts they do for Squid Games, right? But no matter, what my focus for you will be is getting a team around you who can educate you and focusing on making the best thing you can possibly make. When I refer back to the US film industry, right? Literally, they can spend, I've told you about the amounts they spend, right? But they spend literally hours lighting a shot. Olga can verify. Just lighting, right? And there will be a whole film crew of 200 people plus actors plus everything, grips there, working the whole day while 10 guys are working on lights. And you'd be like, what the heck are these people doing? But you know what? And that scene may end up only being 4 seconds in the movie, literally. 1, 2, 3, 4. But they will spend $1 million to make sure that scene looks perfect. And that's why when you see these Hollywood movies, you're just like, this thing's amazing, right? So it's incumbent on us to focus on making our creativity move towards that level, all right? Don't just throw it on the ground and be like, it's done, right? We really need to step our game. So I hope I've made some sense.
Okay. I still want to ask a question in addition to what you said, so that I can move to now. You talked about what the people, young animators and older ones too, can access. Now, I also know that Trace is into distribution. So how do we connect it, and how can it be practical? Because sometimes we don't. Yes, it's exactly. It's the money. It's straight so that it's sustainable, and we can have something to say. It's not. So practically, this one person, what can he do apart from see him? Yes, we're already planning that. But then in terms of I have this content, I have this skill that I can bring that can add value. So what?
Yes. First of all, I will plug us as Trace, but I will let you know that we're not the only ones. All right. So I want everyone to do their research and really get to know the business you're in. Right. So as a distribution company, obviously here in Nigeria, some of our biggest distribution is Film One. Even Silverbird is there. What are they called? Blue Sky. Anyway, we shall know them. So you shop your content to these places. You bring them to Trace. We look at it. We say, I don't know if I'll be able to sell it, but let me try. Be wary of exclusive deals and long-term deals. Most people will ask for it because it takes. That's the only way you can truly extract the value in that content. But leave yourself some space. Have a lawyer review it, of course. Don't just assume that you can read everything and get it. There's a lot of implications behind the in the details of intellectual property law. So we can bring it to us. We'll definitely look at the content, give you our feedback. If we think we can take it up, if we think we can help you monetize it, if we think we can actually sell it. We sell content to airlines. When you go on, if you're blessed to travel on flight, and you go on like South Africa or East Africa, oftentimes you'll see there's movies and stuff there. We sell to a lot of them. We sell to the Netflixes, to Mnet, to, the list goes on. One of the big advantages that we bring is that we are also strong in French Africa. So you bring that content, but then that means there may be a cost to revoice, et cetera, et cetera. So the practical thing is submit to Casey your contact details. He's going to meet a lot of people today. He may not remember you, so if you try and call him or you message him, please remind him who you are, what your content is. Focus on the content. It's not about Pali. It's not because he loves you he's going to do it. It's based on what your content. It's going to be based on whether your content is good and we can sell it. All right? We are sometimes overwhelmed, so we can move a little bit slowly. So be patient, follow up professionally, and don't assume that anybody's trying to do you. One of the things we pride ourselves at Trace is being transparent and visible. So if there's any musicians in the room as well, many creatives do a lot of stuff. You're also free to submit music. Casey will give you the submission platform. Ama is there as well. We do all of our music videos are submitted digitally, and you get a reply. And we also offer you a chance to pay for promotion. If you can't afford for that promotion, we give you a very fair shake on the quality of the content, whether it's music or content. And we certainly will look into trying to sell and make money for your content. If you have future projects, come to us as well. We need scripts, we need treatments, we need at least a concept that we can then possibly help you apply and get some grant money, right? Sometimes grants are can be ranged from $1, $2, $3, $4, $5,000 up to many of those. Is that fair enough?
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to ask Daddy Femi, as he has seen it all, and there's something in our culture that says that what you kind of stretch your entire system to see. Yes, sitting down, Agbas have seen everything, and so there's no way, we can make any sort of advancements, as young people, and we really want to cut through this industry, without, the perspective and the perceptions of people that have seen it all and know that this, you know how that when you are graduating from school and you have this feeling that I'm going to take over the world, and then you meet this person that has graduated 5 years ago, and then the person is seeing you talk about your dreams, and this person has probably not found a job, or the job is not really working, and the person is like, don't worry, do 5 years after, and then you will now be able to talk. So usually it makes a lot of sense that we don't just head in and be very excited about everything now, and then discover that it's not like that too. So, sir, please, microphone is
Good afternoon, everyone. As they say, all protocols duly observed. I'm actually here to support. First, to support the founder of the festival. I've had the opportunity to come here a couple of years ago and be a keynote speaker. I think I stood here. And a lot of what I wanted to say, I said at the time. And I also saw my sister downstairs. And I wanted to do the welcome troop for her, the dance, to make sure that it's something to celebrate when the state government is represented at this sort of forum. So if she never said anything at all, it would be impressive. But she said a lot. She said a lot, and I wanted to say thank you. Basically, the heart, if you were not here, the heart of what she said is that there is a funding available for you if you apply. She said that there is a film city that will have an animation hub. She said the governor is interested in you as young people. He wants to support your work, He wants to support technology. What is left of that is what you do next. And I say that to say, I'm not an animator, but I started using animators in 1987. So there were animators in Nigeria in 1987. There was a guy called Yole Akinawo. I spoke about him the last time I was here. He's dead now. Yole was an animator, and he had an animation company. At the time where there was no government to support, there was no fund, there was no animation hub, he was incredibly successful. We remember him till today. I used to pay, in 1987, I used to pay him to do stuff like just do end frames for things like 250K in 1987. So, but he built a company. Yole never worked alone. He had a company called Mind Vision. Mind Vision, right? Yeah. And in that Mind Vision, he employed something like 10 other young people. Almost everyone working with Yole was older than him. And he built that company. I used to work for Coca-Cola commercials. He did animations for Coca-Cola commercials. He did animation for Guinness. He did animation for so many top brands. He died at 32. He was SS. But even on the day he was dying, he was still rendering. This was a time when there was no softwares that you could really use. He had to figure everything out. Why am I telling you about this? It's the gap between what I see today and what is the possibilities. I say that to say this. Learn the business of the business. I'm so happy to have heard you before I left. The best thing to happen to you was that these two people were here. Stop working in an echo chamber where the only people who give you advice are people who are limited by the experience you are limited by. Don't work alone. I think she said that. I think he said that. Create teams. Animation is the highest form of storytelling because it's entirely a world out of your imagination. There's no addition. Everything in an animation comes from your mind. So it also means the content is limited by your mind. So if the world of your story is weak, it just says that's the limit of your mind. And the reason one animation wins against the other is not technicality, it's storytelling. So unless you realize that animation is storytelling and that you get as good at storytelling as you get at the technical bits of it, it's always going to be difficult. So that's all I will say. Listen carefully today. I know they are finished speaking. Listen again. Your mind can record. I promise you, if you go in, it would bring back in their voices what they said. And for her, what it means is your responses create pitch documents. Most of you don't have one. Every time I've met an animator, they show me what they are doing. I don't want to see what you're doing. I want to see a pitch document that tells me the possibilities of what you're doing. You can download anything. You can download quotes. You can download almost anything. Most of you learned animation online anyway, so why is the business part needing you to go to a school? Right? But the point of this festival is that it gives you an opportunity to meet another animator, create teams, create companies, exchange stories. There is nothing, no story you are telling that is so secret that nobody has ever heard it before. It's BS. I promise you. Whatever it is you think you are creating and creating quietly, somebody somewhere is creating something like it or better than it, and they might be in a team working in a company. Every time I've been to South Africa to go to these animation companies, when I get there, I never meet one person with one laptop. I always meet like 10, 20 different people doing different things. Why is that? You need to specialize as well. And if you're an animator and you're starving, something is wrong with your reading of the environment. The biggest money I pay when I make commercials is to animators. Now, films, Nollywood is so busy. How come you guys are not there creating replication for them? I look at, Anikulapo and the scene where the crowds are coming in, right? If you look at that scene and you look at Woman King and the replication technology of Woman King, you could easily see that Kunle didn't have access to guys who could do replication that would have turned those crowds of maybe 30 into 5,000. That alone can just be 1 minute in the film, and you get paid much more than everybody that acted in it. Do you get it? Because I'm saying these things because I look in your eyes and it's all quite blank. I have to be honest with you. You gotta have fire in them, right? The most successful one amongst you will have fire in your eyes. Why do you need that? That's why you can go into his office to him and they have no option but to work with you. Because if you go there with the, I've just done this kind of thingy, of course, 1,000 people talk to them per day. I'm not going to say more than that. I'm no longer the director of the talent factory. I created it. I've left it. I worked on it for 4 years. I've left. What I'm doing now, since I am here, let me pitch my work. Covenant, how many of you are watching? 8 p.m. every weeknight on DSTV. Covenant is a daily series, a political thriller. It's my 3rd series in 3 years. Please watch it. It's 260 episodes. Channel 151, Showcase. Please, it's how you can. A guy is going to give everybody else money. I can't apply. I'm too old. But I really want to congratulate you for deciding to come here. It's the first step in your waka for success. And I congratulate everybody on the panel for what you've done. And thank you, madam, for coming here.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir. I don't know. I'm sure it's still replaying right now. There's a lot we're taking in, but we need to ensure that we are converting these things to action points. That once you leave this place, these are the next couple of things that you're going to be doing. Because when you can't convert it, it just looks like loads of information that you have or loads of keys that you've gotten, but then no doors to be able to open them. So, sir, would like you to speak on some of these things as well. When I heard that you were on the Tinapa project, then I knew, wow, you've been on this for a while. Because I remember growing up, it was huge. There was nothing like that. So how can we, break ground?
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Logunleko. I'm the CEO of Utilos Nigeria. Now, Utilos is an engineering company. We engineer, we procure, we construct, we develop. And one of the things we do is we birth and we develop and we create tourism destinations. So Tinapa Business Resort actually is one of the tourism destinations. I had the privilege of leading that project. I'm an engineer by profession, and I've worked in infrastructure development in this country, many infrastructure developments, some of them Lagos shoreline protection, and many more. In that sector, we are leaders in terms of, supervising projects. My experience in entertainment actually rubbed on me when I was leading Tinapa Business Resorts. Because we built a Nollywood studio, And I had the privilege of leading that project from the scratch, from the very scratch. And we built it from scratch to finish, and I led that project. It was built by an, and if you've been to Tinapa Resort before, it's a multi-component, multi-destination program. And we had so many things: shopping, leisure, cinemas, hotels, water park, Nollywood studios, and then a lot of infrastructures. But while on that project, I was able to interface with senior people. I recall then I was in Beijing several times for cinema, movie, conference and all that. I quite really didn't understand it much, but because I was technical, I was overseeing those, I had to learn so much about them. And it's a very big, industry then. And I'm talking about 2006, 2007, 8, 9. And also, quickly, in the course of that also, we built the Nollywood studio then. And the Nollywood studio had everything. Latest, the kind of equipment that was used for the Moonraker. When you shot, that's what we had there. So I was the one in charge. I had to receive, I had to test, we had to play, and everything. And we finished it. There wasn't nobody who could operate it. In terms of, there was no manpower. We didn't have Nigerians who had knowledge, who had the skill, who could take over entire studios. And I do remember then Toyin came on board, Toyin Suba. You might not know him because young people might. ITV. Those were the pioneers that we had in Nigeria at that time. He was the only one who could actually come into that space to take over the Nollywood studios. And there are quite a number of things out we didn't know. There were a few challenges. There were a few managers who could manage. He was in that management kind of director to direct. The infrastructure was there. High-tech, first-world infrastructure. No content, no manpower, no individual, no people. So there's something we have to relook. Which comes first? Is it the huge infrastructure, or is it the human capital? Those who have the skill to operate this thing. And that's why I'm so happy about what Mr. Dugbemi is saying now. Challenging the talent hub here. There must be content. There must be the people who are passionate, who are hungry. You're young. I know this generation, you're very young. And one thing I found out is that you love freedom. But you have to pay a price for freedom. You don't want to be employed because you are creative. You don't want to be stereotyped. You don't want to be, you want to be free to turn out. But it comes with a price. You must continue to innovate. You must continue to build big mindsets. Because the world there is changing every day. And the animation industry is global. It's international. The sky is the limit. I mean, I have $600 million. It means it is possible to access it, actually. You can actually access it from right here in your bedroom. Because now you got the highway, super highway, you got the internet, you got everything. Just be good at it. And I want to commend the panel there because they've walked through what you are walking through. I know some of them, their passion. I know they were animators. And then they found that this passion won't get them anywhere if they are not business people. And then you had to move to becoming entrepreneurs. And when you became entrepreneurs also, you found that you were leading the entrepreneurs in the animation industry. And there's so many challenges also. But I must commend also the organizer. Because last year we were here. And the conversation is getting more interesting now. And I'm seeing more energy in this conversation. And also, the entrepreneurs I'm seeing here and the leaders of the industry, even last year, they weren't as robust as this. Johnson, that means there's development in the industry. And I have Mr. Dugbemi, and I must commend Executive Secretary. She's been consistent and supportive of the festival, and Lagos State government has also demonstrated, we will stand with you. Though we're still very hopeful that government will demonstrate it properly to the animation industry. And they've already started, really. So what I'm trying to say in a sense is that there's a lot that needs to be done about capacity building. And there's a lot that needs to be done about those who have the talent, who would want to know more. You have to find a way You know, you won't let this Mr. Odubemi go away until you find out more from him. You won't let those on the you know, the entrepreneurs in the industry. You must be able to really know what does the market want. You must understand what the market, your scripts must respond to the marketplace. Your scripts must respond to the marketplace. And what makes someone to have a good, fantastic script, you have to be able to find out, you know. And then also, another good thing I like the festival mindset is that how can we tell our own stories, Africans? There's so many stories there. You know, I was with someone yesterday and was telling me Independence Day of Nigeria was 1960, and I thought for myself, so before 1960 we were not independent. I mean, what was our story? You know, there's so many things that we could rewrite and we could redo, and animation, children will always young people will log into it, and you could learn new things that are truly our stories. So you must understand the market and those who are listening, and then what the script should be like, and then if it's an international audience also, what the script should be like. So I want to congratulate USP brands, LIFANIMA. You know, I want to congratulate everyone that is here, and I'm truly very hopeful that by next year we should have a more robust, you know, bigger, you know, and I want to see achievers among all our talents here. The talent is not enough. You must do so much more with the talent, you know. And I want to look at the entrepreneurs also. There's nothing stopping you from setting up these academies also. And getting it started, actually. Now, I've been in government before. I've been in high level in government. I led tourism. I've worked with about 3 governors. I worked with Governor Donald Duke directly as an advisor. I worked with Governor Lieli Moke. I then Kayode Fayemi. I did Gogosi Warm Spring, the tourism destination. Now, the point of the matter is that there's an angle government can do. Government won't jump in if it doesn't see things happening. But once they see things happening, they jump in. So, you can do more. So the academy, for example, I know you are doing so more, but you can actually still do more, you know. And then I need to ask a few things also. I don't know, maybe you have a register of the animation industry. Do you have a register of animators and in the animation industry? You must have something like that. It must be standardized. And from that, you could have a place where you begin to issue like a diploma or something, you know, in such a way that standardize it. You know, I have a QMS management system called quality management. You standardize it and put a quality hedge on it in such a way that, you know, and the brand people are here, niche, and everybody comes after it. The animation is fantastic. It's just, you know, I want government to be able to look at another position. These are the people for the future, you know, that needs to just be enabled to learn more. I mean, for example, the curriculum in the secondary schools, there's no reason why we cannot have animation there. I don't know, maybe you agree with me as an expert. I mean, yeah. I mean, because the whole world coding, you know, moving from coding to bigger stuff, you know, because the whole world is waiting for. So the curriculum in secondary school, for example, there's no reason why education can't make animation, you know, and that also opens up a lot of opportunities. Once more, I want to congratulate everyone that is here, and I look forward to next year that we have greater opportunities. I want to the MC is not an easy job, and I know you've been at it for the past few days. Please continue to do what you're doing, and I wish us, and I thank the ES for always keeping faith with this, you know, festival. We want to have bigger festivals. Actually, this year will be bigger, but it will be bigger. Probably we'll have it twice a year. LIFANIMA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So we're rounding up. We can't take questions we were going to take, but because time has run out. So you could see the panelists individually to ask questions. You know, like he said, you have to have fire in your eyes. So if you have enough fire in your eyes, please see the people that, you know, you can help you moving forward. So in rounding up, Mr. Sam wants to say something. Yeah.
I just want to make 3 quick comments. First of all, if you notice, she's been typing on her phone, but she's writing notes, not just messaging or checking Insta. Number 2, I mentioned, and I just want to reiterate, you just reminded me to reiterate, the research, right? You know, it's something you can spend money on, but it's something you can do free. Get a group of your friends and give them the story, and don't be afraid to tell the truth. This thing is not ready, my friend, or this character, whatever. I don't like it. People react in an emotional way that you can't always predict, especially when you're the owner or the creator of it. So that's extremely crucial. And as per access to money, obviously we've talked about government, we've talked about ways that we can help commercialize, other companies that help commercialize, but I want you to be aware, there's an animator that has collected $3 million investment here in Lagos. $3 million investment from a venture capital company, all right? And they're putting that animations, they're in the process of creating. There are multiple, I think there's a few animation agencies, even firms, even here in Lagos, who have also raised investment and are getting to it. So I think, you said something that I loved very much. If you're doing animation and you're starving, you're not doing something. There's something you're doing wrong. Right? There's money in the industry, so don't make it that there's nothing there for you. So sorry to.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, so we just want to thank everybody for coming. Particularly want to thank our panelists. Mommy, thank you for coming. And Daddy Femi and Issa, thank you very much. And for our organ animators, that have come to give us, a perspective. we've taken lots of notes, lots to take from here, and so we appreciate Mr. Botidem Johnson and Mr. Ayo Elegba, we've taken notes, and Mr. Sam. Thank you so much. We appreciate the insight and the fact that you've actually drummed it in that it's business, and we shouldn't forget that even as we work. Thank you very much, and so we can move from here for film screening. Okay, let me hand over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a short. I think we have some refreshments, and then we can continue with the screening. Thank you very much. Please give yourself a round of applause. I'm sure you've achieved something fantastic today. Excuse me. Hello? I know that, excuse me, please. Excuse me, please. Please have your seat. I know that some people wanted to know about the Lagos Film Fund and details of how you can apply for the fund. We have that information on the screen for you in the next couple of minutes, please. We have that information on the screen about the Lagos Film Fund and how to go about applying for the fund. And then some of our panelists are still around. If you have any questions for them, you can meet immediately. Thank you.
But you know, big energy. When I come through, big energy. Dark shades on, no they see enemy. I bet that you heard of me. I know they form gangster.